baby voice.
Your voice! What happened to it? What happened to your voice?
I'm playing around with the voice mod.
Did you become a fairy? Oh god! What happened to the video capture device?
I've just been playing around with voice mod because of Sky's technical difficulties.
Technical difficulties.
I'm a chipmunk.
She's part of the chipmunks now.
I'm hearing myself and it makes it so hard.
Jesus Christ. Alright, so I need to tell you guys what happened. I need to tell you guys what happened. Basically, OBS is having some difficulties to open, and it's lagging every time I close something, like the video capture device. Then after a couple of tries, I'm having difficulty on showing the game because the game won't show. So just reset it, all my OBS, all my PC, so it should be smooth sailing from here.
Yeah, I can see the game on stream, but you aren't streaming to me.
That is, I'm not playing it yet. Hang on.
It's on stream though.
Don't worry, Terra. I'm not playing. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Terra? I'm a professional.
Skyla obviously is not the professional.
I'm a professional, Terra. I'm much more better than Sky. Obviously I'm better than Sky.
Never.
Actually, I should be taking a break because I need to go to the restroom.
But aren't you on a 10-minute timer now?
No, I'm not. I'm gonna be Skyla for the next of 2 hours. Apparently. I'll be right back, Terra. Entertain chat.
How to entertain? Oh, here I am in Sky's Cathedral. The Cathedral mod. What to sing? Oh, what's the use of living if you never learn to laugh? Why, look at me, I grew up down among the riff and rap. If you won't catch me glimmering round without a hint of smile. And if I have to do the thing, I do it right with style. 'Cause if you're gonna be the one who makes the tightrope walk, and if you're gonna be the one who makes the gossip stop, if it's your job to be the one who always takes a chance, and if you have to cross the night, then cross it in a dance. Now take the time when I was borrowing a thing or two. The owner of the house walked in, well, what was I to do? I bowed and said, don't stir yourself before he raised a shout. Thanks for your hospitality, I'll find my own way out. 'Cause if you're gonna be the one to take that tightrope walk, and if you're gonna be the one who makes the gossip stop, if it's your job to be the one who always takes a chance, and if you have to cross the ice, then cross it in a dance. I just come up a chimney, I was black from head to toe. Climbed to the park to find a watchman, well, wouldn't you just know? But in the dark he took me for a demon, I would bet. 'Cause when I held and went for him, I bet he's running yet. 'Cause if you're gonna be the one to take that type of walk, and if you're gonna be the one who makes gossip stop, if you're just to be the one who always takes the chance, and if you have to cross the night, then cross it in a dance. Take my companion, did you know I thought to steal her too? This pretty horse out in the street, no, actually, I'll change lyrics. This pretty bunny in the street, no owner in my view. I grabbed the reins and hopped on board, I thought I was home free. Until I looked into her eyes, and now the joke's on me. 'Cause now I'm gonna be the one to take that tightrope walk. And now I'm gonna be the one who makes the gossip stop. Oh, it's my job to be the one who always takes the chance. And if I have to cross the ice, I'll cross it in a dance.
Okay, I'm back. Hello.
Now let's just go back to normal.
Let's go back to normal.
Yep.
Tell me, Tara.
And-
Is streaming with Sky and Skyla feel like streaming with two people, or streaming with a voice actor that has two different voices?
It feels like somebody that constantly goes to the bathroom, then comes back in a different outfit, like Mrs. Doubtfire in the restaurant.
I mean,
That's what it feels like.
Oh my god. Recently, there has been a randomly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to help nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this common incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at the work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurikuda-san's Koban is all too clear.
What?
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 I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who's the despicable scoundrel that stole Kurikuda-san's Koban and hid it under the stake? Look at
Yes, sir! No, sir! Send him to prison, sir!
Take that! Obviously, it can only be you! Sergeant Iyasanosa? Oh, how? How dare you! You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of the carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of this crime, Skedet? But it wasn't me! It was Ido! Ido's the mastermind behind all this!
You seriously expect us to believe a baby is responsible? This is not The Simpsons!
You would push the blame for a Simpsons and me? For your crimes into your own son? I was gonna say movie. An innocent little baby? It is you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa! Nippon Imperial Army. Sergeant Yusa Nosa, prepare to stand down the Supreme Court, sir. Is it actually the baby? Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expect to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. And I have heard it's hard for a lower ranking soldier to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son.
Bruh.
That's why you're stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with
listen.
money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target.
Listen!
Hey, listen! And I enjoy chopping my way through a good steak at the same time. It's not like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his koban. Yes, sir. He said it! He said it here!
Yes, sir.
It was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
A veritable phantom thief you are.
I was all set to leave the stake. I was halfway through devouring it when it happened. Bang! Yes, and the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and find the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date.
Why is he speaking French? Rendezvous.
Rendezvous. Rendezvous.
No, it is boo.
Rendezvous.
Boo, not boo.
Rendezvous. Naboo.
This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time.
Well, Miss Brett,
Oh, of course, dear lady. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency.
indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled surgeon. It would clearly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it? Well...
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's pure nonsense. It's pure madness.
Aha! We got you! She said it, Tara!
Yep.
Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness testimony has been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Objection! Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day.
Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later. But if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. It'll be too late. The trial will be over. Objection!
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett.
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
Like a coin under a lump of meat, the sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Beyond nonsense, pure madness.
We got her, Terra! We got her! Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it?
The steak.
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed? Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Like yours? Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at the steak, in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Oh! Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness as she claims wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
What is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help her.
Dang! Dang, Tara!
Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now.
Oh, she's purple.
Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will all be over in the blink of an eye.
Some
Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Let's just leave everything to... I've had enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. You lady!
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implication these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. Mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstains I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything,
You know,
Your Excellency. Yeah?
the way you were looking made my wing look like it was a mustache on you. Also, the stream
Like
for
a
me.
mustache?
Yes, my wing looks like a mustache.
Alright, hang on.
Everything?
Everything? Yes, I believe that this barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Shut up!
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threat.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been what?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
Well, we don't.
I don't. But there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair?
Osanaga.
Take that!
Take that! The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chopping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Kurkuta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet! I'm a superior officer! Sergeant Nosa, can you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Attention! Affirmative, of course! I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still! I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she might be manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Dose's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet, the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. You're the one that suggested it already. You did switch the plate? Well, oh yeah, that's you.
Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have! I never saw you do such a thing.
I was quick. I'm the Flash. I was called an Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
However, fear not, prosecutor-son.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform that this is all I did, sir.
Your uniporn?
Uniform? Uniform.
Yes!
Don't mistake that for my my other thing. It means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. But seriously though, what about the other one? Mr. Yes, okay. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. About this thing that the what? The uniform that it's talking about? Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. I mean, it's amazing that you preserved the meat in 3 days.
Yeah. Ah!
That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on this case.
On the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady.
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pad promises to prove such a problem for you. No?
Once you decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brad. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory served him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further, Inspector. You will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and plate that was originally at the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! We're almost done, Terra. We got her. Sorry to keep you for keeping you. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. We got her, Terra! We got her! There's blood! The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. But there's also another problem, Terra.
There's another problem?
Do you know what the problem is?
No.
Dr. Wilson was the one who shot, right?
Yes.
Dr. Wilson is the one who's prescribed not to eat anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why is the steak on his side?
I mean, it's easy to ignore doctor's orders.
In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
It can't be.
As long nobody noticed what I noticed, we'll be fine. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Josiah Brett. It's you! Died.
Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no!
It's alive! It's alive! She died! Look at the ducklings. Oh, never mind. She come back. She came back.
Please excuse my little out. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentleman. Forgive me.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Alright,
Sadly, Your Excellency.
alright, Tara. We're safe for now. We're safe. Nobody knows the thing.
It was I who took the professor's life using karate.
Karate.
As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because cure is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would be all over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone.
Never mind, Tara. It was all a ruse.
She just explained why it was in front of him.
It was all a ruse.
Leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
It was me. That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment.
A plan to pin
plan.
Dr.
Oh.
A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. Sorry, it was a little bit woman, a female voice there. But you know.
I happen to know what the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of karare in my handbag. And my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under skirt?
So I was right. There were two guns. And the experimenter didn't notice.
Yes.
Then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Place where you were sure that I would notice it.
And everything went according to plan. You know the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up,
Bang! That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point, he was already dead.
Naturally, a gunshot caused commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around.
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun.
Where'd everyone else go?
They couldn't handle the bullshit there.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency.
Yes.
I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later?
Oh no. I shall call on you. Oh shit. Terror. We're gonna lose.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone.
We're gonna lose, Terror. We're gonna lose.
I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
They just let her waltz out.
You know what's the annoying part? I never saw her face.
I
Would
mean,
seem
that was by design.
this trial has finally run its course. I don't know. She might be part of the next story. I presume this prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be. Takatsuchi Alchi does not lose.
Actually, what does Taketsuchi mean? Do you know, Terra? Taketsuchi?
Not off the top of my head.
Hang on.
Not to the likes of this rookie student.
Taketsuchi. Meaning. Within the bamboos. Pain within the bamboos. That's what it means. You better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ah! Yonosuke Naruhodo!
What? Yes?
This insult to the Alchi family name will never be forgiven.
Forgotten.
Or forgotten. Forgotten.
You become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. I will cut you down. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Assault! Assault in the court! 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. That is true. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Inosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Even though you have stumbled upon quite few, that's an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel deduction. The truth is a modern methodology. After all, It's only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. But what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Sogi.
Yes.
After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Observe everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you.
I understand, Your Excellency. What's that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind.
As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo,
Oh, yes.
in you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Even though you're not an official lawyer, I would accept you here in the court, despite not having badge for the defendant. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Look at that bald man over there.
We did it, Terra! The
Case
tutorial!
1 complete.
Tutorial!
The court is now adjourned.
The tutorial is done. Finally.
22nd of November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber 5.
Number 5.
Do, do,
Dun, 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 dun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial.
Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations, my love.
Well, I couldn't have done it
Eyeball.
without you. Thank you, Kazuma. I love you.
No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work.
So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget.
So, Rabbit,
Yeah?
since you're voicing both Kazuma and Ryunosuke,
Uh-huh.
you saying I love you or my love,
Mhm.
isn't that narcissistic?
I have no idea. I have no idea, Tara. What do you think? What does everybody think?
Making a poll. Is Rabbit a narcissist?
I'm probably taking a break right now. They're probably not even watching the stream anymore because I ended the stream early. Alright, this is probably either the old man or the girl. What do you think?
I think it's the old man.
Good afternoon. All your hard work has suddenly paid off.
See?
Oh. Good afternoon. All your hard work has
listen.
certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocent. Hey, listen.
Hey, listen!
Now, hey, listen.
Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You work hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything.
Anything? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
If we
If we
hadn't had
hadn't
the
had that
research
research-
report of Miss Brett,
Oh.
I don't know how things would have turned out.
The fact that she had such a reaction made me think she was saying it.
It's because Iridosuke shouted it out.
Yeah. Your kind words just really be for my father.
I mean, they really should make the text like color coded for boys and girls, you know?
Or at least have something a bit more specific for each character.
Yeah, but it's been I think this
Like,
was
have a
released-
different border. Have a pink border for Susato
girls,
because
right?
of her outfit. A red
Yeah.
border for Kazuma. Right?
Yeah, like a color coded, like I said, like a color coded border.
I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father? Ah, yes, of course.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikatoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Speaking of Megatopa,
Oh, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. I don't even know if this is my voice or not. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
thank you, Professor.
Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume's university, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Bum, 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 bum. Wouldn't it be amazing to hear a Princess Tutu music in this game?
Professor
I mean-
Mikitoba.
Princess music, Tutu music is just
The
classical
I forgot
music,
the title
period.
of it. I forgot the title what they always play in Princess Tutu. Like the piano. I forgot the name of the piano for that one. Professor Mikitoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson.
Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you work together?
I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago. Besides, he's dead. It's your turn, Nasogi, to die.
Huh? I'm dying?
Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. In this age, but apparently in the future, it's been passed to many.
Well,
many
when he said in law, my first thought was, and of course, son-in-law.
And of course, my son-in-law. Watch it, Lord, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot.
I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Sogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Isn't that illegal?
Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. His blades show me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way.
Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. It's kind of like that sword from the anime that I watched before. Wasn't it like Gurren Lagann? And the main character has a sword, something? That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Giselle Bread, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder.
Ah, yes, sir. It's not easy to tell you this, but
What do you mean?
Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future for Shanghai. What? Shanghai?
You've been shanghaied.
You've been shanghaied? This Albrecht will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that. What? But why not?
It's like, who is this?
Who's this man? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. No, you. It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga! It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's all this about consular what else you call it? Cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. But he murdered someone here in this land. How could that be? What? We
But
can't
they were
try
both
her?
British. They were both British citizens.
But why Shanghai though? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? The British consular court will hear her case. Somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. Why consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. Thought consular courts were a thing of the past now, that we signed a friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. No? Can't they? Yes, he's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for her, the young student, today's trial was nothing more than just a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. So this is why the reason I don't know if she's gonna come up a later case because we haven't saw her face yet. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. I
I
have
know
a
what
question
his
for-
name means.
Whoa. Who?
Mikotoba.
Okay, what's that? Mikatoba.
No, it's
Mikotoba.
Mikotoba.
Mikatoba. That's
Mi
Mikatoba.
means beautiful. Kotoba means words.
Beautiful words. I see. How about Josiah Brett? One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming. And coming. And we're the ones driving it. Inside. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. A professor. You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Rinosuke, not guilty verdict. Celebrating Rinosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, may I suggest La Carnival, where the murder happened. As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink, hopefully not poison. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. It's a food to die for.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Naruhodo-san's release.
You're having trouble in the Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. Susato-san. I finally remember your name. Susato-san.
Naruhodo-san.
So Josiah Brett won't be tried, Susato-san. Here. I suppose that means I'll never know her face. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. You never know, Terra.
The world may never know.
Kazuma. Yes, Rinosuke. I have a confession to make. I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today.
I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in here, weren't you? That defense was all your own work, despite me saying objection all the time.
Your skills made a difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world.
Not so sure about that.
Huh?
To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during the trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me.
What? Come on, be serious.
If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. Of being a defense lawyer, I mean.
No, not me. All the tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do. That's all. Because I knew I could trust you.
That's the point.
Sorry? What do you mean that's the point?
Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer need in order to win?
What do you think it is, Tara?
To believe in the person they're defending? Or their
Knowledge
cause?
of the law?
No. The ability to believe. Become a believer today. Follow Terra in twitch.com/TerraTan.
I expected that!
To believe. To believe what?
A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times.
Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it.
I'm human just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, can really be backed into a corner. I almost said hacked. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to
That's
believe
different
in,
murder.
even then. Hacking. Well, that's
Being
not
hacked
something.
in the corner? That's a different murder.
That's with an axe that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person
Ask you a question?
to ask a question.
Ask the question?
The hacking. Enough of this hacking. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, I face seemingly hopeless situation time and again, but you never stop looking for the truth. In the end, you found it through your own effort because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks.
Believe in the me who believes in you.
Thanks. I forgot her name, his name.
Kazuma?
No,
Or
no.
Kamina?
Kamina. Thanks, Kamina. Oh, hello, Kazuma. What are you doing here? No, oh god, Kazuma knows. I'm thinking about Kamina. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Rinosuke. Well,
Will you marry me?
it's it's a, it's very important. Really, a favor, really. Something very important to me, and Rinosuke will be like, oh shit, god dang it. Sounds serious. What is? Oh, wait. I think I knew it. Kazuma, are you proposing? You're still here, are you? God damn. Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. You've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Do you know what a rickshaw is, Tara?
Yes. A rickshaw is a small portable cart carriage that is generally carried by a person.
Perfect. A+. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes. That too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part itself. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial.
I mean, if Hosonaga hadn't done his job like he had, then there was no way.
True. But more importantly, Kazuma hasn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Know that I realize just how much it would change my life. To be continued. Or Fen. Is it Fen? End. Oh, it's end.
The end.
The end. We did it, Tara. We did it.
Event debut. Achievement awarded.
Dave, let's go. Let's go. Finally, the tutorial is done. The Adventures of the Unbreakable Speckled Dan. Have you ever read any Sherlock Holmes books?
I have not read Sherlock. I've watched Sherlock, the BBC.
The movie? Oh, the BBC.
I've seen a couple of the movies with Robert Downey Jr. and I've watched Benedict Cumberbatch Sherlock. I've also seen Elementary.
I actually haven't watched that yet. The comedy Sherlock Holmes.
Comedy Sherlock?
Yeah, what's the other person who became Sherlock Holmes? I forgot the name. There's like in every comedy he's been with Step Brothers. Was it Step Brothers? I forgot. I forgot the name of the actor.
I am not sure.
Wait, hang on.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Will Ferrell. Didn't Will Ferrell made a Sherlock Holmes movie? Sherlock Holmes, sorry.
Does not ring a bell.
Yeah, he did. Holmes and Watson.
Well, I have not seen that.
Yeah, apparently it's only 3.8 out of 10. So it might be very bad. Alright, we got like an hour or 2 hours left.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Okay.
I forgot to ask, but I'm gonna assume that you can. You can hear the game audio from the stream, right? From
I can, yeah.
Discord?
Yeah.
Here it is. Here it is. Terra!
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor.
In
Almost
Russian.
certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
I mean, it's in Japanese.
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Herlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
It is time for the act of deduction. My head, it's throbbing.
You drank too much last night.
Going on? Something's not right here. It's trouble in the air. I can smell it. Wait, I can't move. What the?
Not again.
Why am I in handcuffs? I'm gonna assume this is Susato.
So you wake up now,
No, it's this
No.
guy. What? Was this guy British or was this guy Russian?
He sounded French.
Sound like French?
Da.
So you wake up
Well,
now.
it could have been Russian.
I'm gonna do the big guy. You do this guy. I got dibs on the big guy. I got dibs on the big guy. No. This is out of our field.
Come on, Tara. Can do it. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe.
We had to drag you out of the wardrobe.
Oh, God.
I do not believe you could have not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man.
You... You found me then.
Ah, we found you. And now you pay, criminal.
Criminal.
How long are you hiding in the tiny wardrobe?
Sorry.
Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crime. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is.
No, I'll tell you everything. That is Osato.
There's only one thing I'd like to know from you.
Isn't that...
Why did you do it? Why did you take his life?
Miss Osato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma?
Ha! You pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in the sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses.
What?
Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago.
Bro. Terra. Kazuma's dead.
He's truly Kamina.
It is Kamina now. Here.
In the very cabin that was bolted shut from the inside.
Don't even get to see Kazuma now. His body?
Please. Do not try to tell us we're doing everything in with me.
Bane, please, come on. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. We were gonna get married and have some children and...
Why were you even on the ship?
And his handcuffs. Surely you don't think I
have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please!
No.
Not again!
No!
Too short.
No!
I mean, I had how many pages of that? Now that's a little bit too long.
Kazuma, I'm dying. I was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Yes. Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought you your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. They really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must have been even less of a man than you look. Hey,
Oh, that's an insult.
honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Besides, aren't you fine with that?
You really were the rabbit in the hat.
Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourselves to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get a feeling this Russian wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're Russians, you know. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Bigatoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know, it's cramped. I know it's cramped. But you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the stewardess decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in it. Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. Only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We're supposed to be going on this adventure to England together.
We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer.
No! I'm not a murderer!
Yeah, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes.
No, that's not right! I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but... murdering my best friend? My love?
No one else could have done it. Admit the truth.
Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know.
Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you too.
Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is to try to find out what really happened. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? And there's handcuffs. They think I did it? They think
You fall asleep
I'm
in the
Cosimo's
there?
killer? At the wardrobe?
Yeah. You
I
must
mean-
have fallen asleep.
I mean, Skylar can sleep in the wardrobe.
I mean, so does Harry Potter.
That's true.
When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls.
Did I mention Susato was British on the cutscene?
She was. I
Yeah.
know this.
In other words, after the crime. What?
You want me to go do British?
It's your choice.
Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside the cabin.
Actually, that's much more better.
Or do you have some other explanation?
This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly?
Are you still going to deny the charge? Even despite the circumstances.
Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. Do you want me to call Susato or Susato?
I mean, it's not too bad either way.
Susato.
It's just kind of how it rolls off the tongue.
Susato.
The cause of death is still undetermined.
They don't know how he died?
Ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis expertise.
Or experience.
I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call.
So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then? Like no stabs or bullet wound?
That's true, yes.
They're poison? Might be poison. Can anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma?
Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone.
Please.
Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all.
Well, yes, I was, but...
He'd always wake before dawn. He was training, first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside this cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't.
Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder?
So you were asleep in the wardrobe overnight.
Yes. And he died during the nighttime that I was asleep.
I knocked, but there was no reply.
But the door was locked.
I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew.
So how could he possibly die?
The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside... There was Kazuma-sama collapsed on the floor.
Writing in Russian.
Writing in Russian. So we could assume one thing. For now. That a Russian crew member must be the killer who killed Kazuma. Because it was written in Russian, and there's probably a way for Kazuma to know some Russian, but why would he write Russian on his dying message?
Yeah, there's no reason why Kazuma would write in Russian.
And that wet tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow.
I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe.
This is all very hard to believe for me, too. Trust me.
Now I've told you everything that I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question.
You mean ask me a question? Ha ha ha. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. Still throbbing like anything.
Why are you even on board this ship, Naruto-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you?
No, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time.
I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Cosmo-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing?
No. That would have been impossible, obviously.
Yes, of course.
Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. That's where we're gonna get married.
He actually asked you?
I know.
But why?
I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself.
I don't understand.
Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it.
Cosmo-sama is... He was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you.
Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. Like, how does his hairband keep flowing and flowing and flowing and flowing? Fuck! Do it again. Fuck! Fuck! The look in his eyes, then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san? I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean.
If I known Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association.
How did you know that? That's...
Because it's Cosmo-sama.
That's exactly right. Yes. Word perfect, in fact.
If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin?
Oh, you don't want to know. Well, the thing is, I can't say it, and
it's not something a young lady should hear.
It's not something like a 16-year-old lady would hear. I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I...
Fell asleep?
Well, yes.
So deeply that you didn't even stir when Cosmo-sama was killed?
Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable. Really, I do. But it's the truth.
I mean, you didn't even wake up when you were handcuffed.
If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. Like these handcuffs. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything.
Really?
Is something the matter? Is something wrong?
No, it's... Please, forget it.
Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. How could I kill my lover?
I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this.
Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? I can't take this.
Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen.
I'm sorry. But Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now, I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No! I can't allow that to happen!
Well, what do you propose to do then?
I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me.
Hiya!
No! Ow! What the?
That was a Susato takedown.
Susato what? What martial art form is that?
I'm going to need you to prove it.
Sorry? Prove it? Down my back.
Yes, you're innocent. I need evidence.
But how am I supposed to...
Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago. You successfully defended yourself in the court of law.
Ah, I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. Show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. What could it be, Tara? What could it be?
It's the sign.
What could the sign be? Actually, let me investigate the sign. You can see the remnant of the glue we used to stick this over the wardrobe doors. Although it wasn't proper glue, of course, we didn't have any of that with us. So I pulverized some rice into a paste to use instead. But to a stowaway like me, every single grain of rice represents precious rations. That's why I spread it as thinly as I possibly could. I can bear to waste any. Keep out. This is the paper seal I wrote for that wardrobe. I remember really working hard to make it. But I'll never forget how Kazuma reacted. "Do you expect the Russian crew to be able to read that?" he said. Still, I was sure people would get the idea even if they couldn't read it, so we used it anyway. And it worked. I don't know if the crew thought it was creepy or what, but no one opened the doors.
Yes!
Take that! Tell me, when I was discovering the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors?
No. Yes, it was. I remember clearly.
I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well.
Ah! Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them.
But if I were really truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own.
Yes, that's quite true.
In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma.
Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor,
Please, come on.
I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you.
Thank you, Susato-san. I mean, it's basic logic, but okay. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? My back is killing me.
Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least.
Thank you. So you finally believe me?
I'm sorry. No,
What?
I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring to put the sign back in position.
Does she think I am a magician?
For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same.
Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san.
Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts.
Oh,
I shall be watching you. Make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example.
right. Let me just do the cha-cha real quick. Well, anyway, I should make a start of investigating in here. Examine everything I can.
The cha-cha or the pee-pee dance?
The cha-cha, of course. Kazuma, I swear, I'll do the cha-cha. I will avenge your death. Oh, we're finally at the investigation scene, Terra. Alright, what do you want to examine first?
Well, I would examine the floor.
The floor? Which part of the floor do you want to examine?
The ink.
This one or the writing? Ah, the ink is no. Nope. This one?
So, I guess the writing.
Did Kazuma write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. Amazing.
He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. And then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage.
Now, Terra. Oh, technically, when I played some investigation and I see some letters, I sometimes see if it turns out that something is erased or it might spell another thing. So what do you think? Could it be a number or something?
No, it definitely looks like it's
Like Russian?
Greek or Cyrillic or something, yeah. It doesn't look English. It doesn't look Japanese.
Did you read the thing? The text?
I mean, I don't know the Cyrillic characters used. I mean, the way I would read it would be Tape-Pog.
Tape-Popo?
Tape-Pog.
Tape-Popo?
Tape-Pog.
Tape-Popo?
That's how I would read it, looking at it in English. Tape-Pog.
Would you not consider that like the last one was actually a 5 and something just wrote something there, or no? Like a 0,
I mean,
5?
that is possible that it could be.
But it does
a
look
5?
Russian, so we don't have
Yeah.
any clues for now, I guess. Like a T on the it can't possibly. Did you read Susato's text?
Then I suppose he wrote this best by dipping his finger in this village. Poor Cosmo-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it.
I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moments, was he?
Why would he write in Russian?
I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I'm so stupid.
I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san.
That can't be. What? Then what language is it?
It pains me to admit it, but I don't know.
It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? What does it mean?
Oh dear, that won't do.
Oh? What's the matter, Susato-san?
Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused, I forget to look around properly.
Ah, yes, that's not good.
I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo?
Yeah, I know about that, but
I'm sure you can you're careful to look all around using the directional pad, aren't you?
Sato, what are you
you
talking
were.
about? What directional pad? We're in real life. What directional pad?
Now let's investigate all corners of the cabin.
Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Wow.
There is
Thanks.
also the plate on the floor.
This one?
Yeah.
That's my dinner from last night. The roast chicken. It was really tasty.
Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here?
Susato, please, I'm not an animal. I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs me the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor.
But Kamisama-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he?
No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all more for me. All the more for me!
Oh no! Does that mean... Poor Kazuma-sama spent last night on Earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible.
Ugh. I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach.
So he didn't eat anything.
Did not eat anything.
Can you look at his sword?
That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it.
Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul.
I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on the strip.
I mean, he really Really convinced them. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. I mean, it's not like he's gonna murder someone, right? And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Not gonna use that for battle, is he? What else?
And there's the books are all off kilter.
This one?
Yeah.
The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look! They've all tumbled the same way.
And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well.
Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once.
I wonder if... Perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning training. Do you think?
I seriously doubt it.
Then perhaps... It was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage.
Sato, please. I wouldn't have bothered leaving that wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder?
Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess.
This one?
Yep.
These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Borea.
This is actually a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board.
Passengers must not keep weapon or other dangerous objects in the cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
So there was a weapon and a pet.
Mm-hmm. What? Why are you staring at me?
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet?
Sato. Please.
He's a pet. He's definitely a pet.
I know I'm a rabbit, but come on.
I can't decide.
Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. This man?
Him last.
This one?
Yeah.
Seiji.
Seigi.
Segi. The Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Straight. Definitely.
Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet you, can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully?
Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to?
Even though you stowed away on this ship?
Hey, that was Kazuma's idea.
That's not me. That's definitely not by association, no. Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. Didn't you also stole a research from a school? Now, can you really look at that?
It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san?
Oh, you have no idea. Do you know what's the other side of that wardrobe? I'm seeing a talking lion.
I knew you were going to Narnia.
I was gonna say, it's called Narnia.
I knew you were going to Narnia.
I think living isn't quite the right description. They named me king. Did you know?
Oh, no. I suppose not. Although, it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout.
Trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception.
But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin.
No, sadly not. I have to stop a war. The books.
This word dear Kazuma-sama would stop whenever he was writing.
London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination.
It looks as though his last entry is incomplete.
Which means, what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue.
Hiya! That's out of the question.
What?
Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts.
It's on the crime scene. We need to investigate. But what if it's something important, something relevant to the case? I know. All right, I won't read it.
Or Kazuma-sama.
I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important?
This is, yes, it's a Belcore contraption, I think.
What do you mean, contraption?
I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large houses often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants.
Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try?
Yes, in the interest of cultural research, obviously. I don't want to do that yet, though.
Oh, she did it!
I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people.
Aww. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Aww.
There's a vent. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator.
Sus. Kinda looking sus there, huh?
A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin.
Isn't that a little odd? Isn't that a little
What do you mean?
sus? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, it's like it must connect to the next door cabin.
Yes, it would appear to. You're right.
But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside.
That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are up, or something like that.
I suppose. Maybe that's it. Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be a European.
Oh, when did he?
How did he? You noticed that man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall!
Naruto-san, don't tell me.
Don't tell me what? I'm not tall?
Do you really not know who that is?
No? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. Doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And is he investigating Kazuma's desk? Or is he just playing on it? I can't tell.
Oh, in that case, we simply must talk with him.
Am I just imagining it? Or does Sato-san look almost uncontrollably excited?
By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case. If you press A on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them.
Alright then. I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sight and see what he has to say for himself.
Is there anything else we can observe first? Oh, please do.
Let's see. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Is there also the, that thing? Yeah. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it?
Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me.
Memory? What do you mean?
Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. What's up, Shadow?
Ah, yes, I see. It says this way up in Japanese.
Which in hindsight, I should have realized a foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here.
Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds.
What makes you think stowaways are is romantic? Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown, that's for sure. Actually, we haven't looked at this.
Yeah, we haven't investigated that yet.
What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware? Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two.
The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netscape fastener from the kimono outfit.
I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. I wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? I wouldn't use that for a wedding gift.
And the mark beside it, what is it, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue.
Yes, you're right. It is the color brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Oh. A chair. Or the table.
There's nothing on this table at all. Plate and cutlery all over the floor for some reason.
Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute.
What is it?
That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all.
So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama.
No.
I think we've investigated everything we could.
Except for this guy.
We haven't talked to him. We just haven't talked to people.
I don't know if this is all part of him. But the door is
Well,
part...
check the door
actually,
first.
The door.
When they went for help and the crewman forced the door open. This bolt has been firmly closed.
It's quite a small bolt, and not particularly sturdy. And it's just slide across to secure the door shut. But still, the door bolted. There would be no way to get in or out of this cabin, that's for sure.
No, there's a ventilator shaft.
It's no wonder everyone suspects me. There's only one way inside this.
There are 2 locked rooms in this room.
There's only one way. There's
only one solution.
All up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from the outside the room in a situation like this.
Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I mean, I was a reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin is framed are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid.
If she glares at me like that, I feel like pins and needles all up down my spine. Alright, I think that's it. It's only him and Sherlock Holmes! What do you want to do? Sherlock Holmes? Or...
Do you wanted her voice Sherlock Holmes that badly? Or do you want to hear my voice changer again?
You mean your I forgot the name.
My Russian.
Let's do Sherlock last. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me.
What?
I was wondering how's it going? The investigation, I mean.
Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes. But it's not true, I see.
Sorry?
The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime. Very funny.
Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke.
He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty.
I might have some useful information though. I have to keep trying. So last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all?
Yeah, of course not. Now back to the corner and make silent. I say no more to you.
Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, seemed a little flustered. Did he like me? I like Holmes!
Did we look at the light?
I did. Nothing there.
Okay.
Alright, this is the last time. Before we talk to Sherlock Holmes, is there anything else left?
I don't believe so.
Sherlock Holmes. Great deduction. It is I, Sherlock Holmes. Excuse me? Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh. There's a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly.
Yes, perhaps that would be for the best.
Greetings! I hope I hadn't kept you
Ah!
for long. What exactly were you doing in Kazuma's desk just now? Deduction, my great boy. Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? Feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything's clear now.
The train of reasoning has run its course. My deduction have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceived. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry. What?
And now, let's in adventuring towards foreign climes, you'll find yourself in a most troubling predicament.
Oh? Well, that's true at least.
But how?
How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? That was really a most elementary deduction. Hardly worth explaining.
Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else?
But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madame. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are mercilessly revolutionary. Merciless. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake. Now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the whereupon the occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that surmises the facts beautifully. Don't need to hide the truth now.
You're a loony.
Nothing deceives his eyes. For I am Herlock Sholmes.
Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you?
Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims whose name?
I don't even see one person who fits the bill.
There's the sailor.
There's the sailor, that's true. That's a Russian sailor that might have killed 16 people.
So, it's true. Was you who did this to Kazuma-sama?
Susato, please. I'm not Russian. What?
And you're plotting a revolution too.
Susato. Susato, please.
It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked.
No, listen. There's no way I...
Hiya!
Ah! My back again.
Now explain yourself. Tell me everything.
Okay, I was attempting to assassinate the president. This is ridiculous.
It is I, the great Herlock Sholmes.
How could you do it?
For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously.
Oh. Forgive me.
And as for you,
What kind of deduction was that? You're just saying the first thing that came into your head.
nah, but was I not right? With venturing towards foreign climes, you do not find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not?
Well, yes, maybe.
Ha! There you have it. You see, what do you make of that, hmm?
That's the only thing you got right.
Well, to be honest, the ship is en route. Should I say en route or en route?
En route.
En route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of the murder.
I mean, en route wasn't bad either.
So I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation.
Indeed! An observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles. You see, I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right.
Ha! Dude, I don't think you introduced
That's
yourself.
more of the ha.
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 I don't think you introduced yourself, you crazy old man.
Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. It is I, Herlock Sholmes. I'm none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to man and woman the world over.
The inimitable
Herlock Sholmes.
So, it's really you, the actual Sherlock Holmes.
The very same. The inimitable actual Sherlock Holmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san?
The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san. Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him.
Well, I and her. What planet have I been living on then?
You must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure.
I'm not sure trusting my fate in this man. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Yeah, we can give her a bit more Sherlock shows. Let's go! This is why I love this man. It's crazy. So you.
That's why you chose the Chunibyo character, isn't it?
I didn't even know that he was a Chunibyo. I'm just assuming that he's the most close to my voice and the other shy person. So you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? It is I. Indeed. I'm none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see. You're German Sherlock, was it? No. It's her. I mean, I have a hair.
No hair.
Please, call me Holmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Forgot my British accent.
Yes, Rand's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain.
I don't know if I can mix my British accent with that voice.
I mean, she would know because she can actually read English easily enough to quickly do a summary of that entire research paper.
So this is why.
I have never missed an issue. I have it sent from England especially.
Dang. Got imported books? Ah, yes. Here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then? Indeed I am! And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective? Make no mistake, I'm not poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? That's another one. Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? Can't really work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form.
A science?
Really? Astute observer notices even the most subtle of reaction in his subject. The furtive glance, a twitch of muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, fur in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deduction from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look at me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have turned both for observation and for deduction. And fame? That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Holmes. I love voicing this guy. Because of us that. We got more, Terra, we got more! Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet?
Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now. Here's the Herlock shows.
Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in this now because of him.
When I became anxious about Cosmo-sama this morning, I summoned all the crew members to force the cabin door open.
And I concealed myself among their numbers, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Herlock Schultz was on board. And the handcuff seems to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah.
You know his name. How
There.
could you think he's Russian?
The very moment I laid my eyes on the scene, I know that you are, in fact, Russian. Two facts were immediately apparent to me. That Naruhodo is indeed Russian.
Oh, really? Two facts, you say? I feel like Naruhodo's voice is just really. I'm more! Tell me more!
What two facts?
Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning?
Ah, yes, but first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me.
Yes, I understand. But what were they?
Allow me to elucidate.
Elucidate.
The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape for the culprit is out of the question. Number two, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance.
Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian?
Observe the dime message left behind the victim on the floor. Tapioca. That's the Russian word for wardrobe.
Really think Cosmo-sama could have left the dying message in Russian?
You mean tapioca, of course. Great deduction. There final moments. Many find their native tongues fill in their head. All these young men, Russian.
Kazuma was Russian? Was he?
Initially, I considered it
Garderobe. Oh, that's how it's pronounced. Garderobe. Calixidar, welcome back. Look who's back for more Ace Attorney.
maybe the name of the killer, certain Robert God, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least.
Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Why did they change it to Mr. right there when it was San the rest of the time?
I don't
Where you
know.
found
It's probably
Naruhodo
because-
San sleeping soundly.
It's probably because he's not in Japan, or she's just trying to say Mr. Naruhodo for Sholmes. Good morning, Calixinor. Good morning. Wait, is it morning? It is morning. Look at that.
Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer.
Why is it that I'm Russian too?
I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquaintance. If my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people.
Face bomb.
Bro.
Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea.
And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong.
I took a photograph of the victim in the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details.
There's no actual ink on his finger.
That's true. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this.
Are you alright, Naruhodo-san? I
Oh,
refuse to say Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if why you when you say I'm Naruhodo-san. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered in the court record. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all of that. Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining the train of reasoning to me? Do you think? God, Rob! Certainly, if it interests you. Oh, that's different.
Yeah, that's Koyo.
Kaya.
Or something.
Certainly, if you're interested, you. How many times? I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian. Yes, go.
Your deduction just now?
Can we talk about your deduction before the things you concluded about me, I mean? Now the famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other detail that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part? Ah, yes, there were certain details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning newspaper. The main headline reads, Evolutionary by Violent Bolshevik.
Villain,
Please.
probably it's villain, Bolshevik.
Evolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. The same place where Josiah Brett was escaping. You think so, Taro?
Mm-hmm.
His vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday. Last night, the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma Russian?
It sounds like Mr. Sholmes was concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor.
It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very
nothing
man...
like the guy in the picture.
One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you villain Bolshevik. No. How could it be me? How could I
You
look
actually
like
even
that?
addressed him as Naruhodo.
I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Oh, please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Did I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway.
What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower.
Ah, yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in this article. Particulars. The deed the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake.
I think it's a tabloid. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters? I wonder.
And what about that part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan?
Also quite clearly stated here in this article, Bolsheviks recently returned after a period of subversive activities in the war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it, anyway? This Afghanistan place? Sorry, this Afghanistan place? Here, take this paper for yourself as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages. I see no rubbish bin nearby.
So I'm your rubbish bin?
The article about the revolutionary has been entered into the court record. This is why I love this guy. This guy. It's so crazy. And you may find the article in the back page of interest as well. It's not like he's an egoist man that has a kind of like a jackass attitude, but he's an egoist man that has so much ego on the back that it's so crazy. Cast your eyes over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. Couldn't hope to read it, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture of it or two. Let's not forget about that, Terra.
I mean, we can look at it right now.
Let's look at it right now. Whee!
Hey, princess.
This is interesting.
Have you found something relevant, Naruto-san?
Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting.
I can't read a single word, I'm afraid.
No, nor can I. Look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think?
She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you?
What are you insinuating, Susato? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. It is I, the great Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I'm glad you noticed this article.
Push me aside!
Allow me to give you a short summary for its contents, if you won't mind, Susato-san. Oh, thank you. Pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Shanghai again? During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. A Russian name so hard to remember. It would appear that the young woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have
no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money.
Sato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of Novovich Ballet. Would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and their valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailing to Great Britain.
Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country?
It does seem to be the Russian thing to do.
Everybody runs away from Russia. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Naruto-san.
The article about the ballerina has been entered into the court record. Great, now I'm stuck with a kind of British accent now. God dang it. It is I.
I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian.
No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. It is I, Herlock Sholmes. The pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on this front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, Revolutionary. Villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Yes, you told us that before. It reveals also that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale.
Oh my goodness, he is fearsome.
Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he need only shade it off.
I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes. Anything else we can...
No,
but those are
I
the
don't
only
think
two
so.
real pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr.
Well,
Jones.
we've got that information.
How about this one? No, it's only a magnifying glass. Already see the paper seal. But were you just investigating? Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim.
Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all?
Observe for a moment. Desktop of the victim. The literal PC, if you may say. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London Diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. But I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I do smothering in Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato? Susato-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns?
I'm sorry, Naruto-san. What on earth do you mean?
Uh-huh. Great. Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to that matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear that the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? May be precise as to the details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. Smattering, dear boy. Smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. Ha. But this diary is littered with complicated looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off about before then?
If you'd be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Jones.
I'm much obliged, my dear madam.
Final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound.
A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on.
The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Speckled band? What on earth does that mean?
I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before.
The ventilator grill, you say? A man was presumably referring to the lattice there in the wall which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered into the court record. The diary Kazuma was keeping on his trip to London. According to the last entry, he made his death. He spied what appears to be a speckled band. So, I believe I've given you enough considered for the time being at least.
Do you have somewhere to go?
As it happens, the victim's writing in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I'm still too long, does seasickness take hold?
Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to.
Great detectives are curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate, as the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think, perhaps, that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wish should reveal the answer. No, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter, no? There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever you do mean. I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing.
Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too.
You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really? So what? Were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then, and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you're the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Oh my god. Now he's just being plain rude. Man, did I mention I love this man, Terra? And off he goes, having just laughing in my face. Sense of humor is as twisted as a name. Like somewhat twisted. Sherlock
Naruhodo-san,
Holmes.
what are you just standing there for?
Sherlock Holmes. Huh?
You must go and investigate the cabin next door as well.
Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way.
Hiya! That's fun to say. After Kama-san spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate?
I mean, as if you gave me any choice in rolling over part. I was gonna say that. I think we still have some investigation. Wait. I I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Oh god, my back. Let's carry on examining we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Anyway, that man is guarding there, but
Is there anything else?
the situation doesn't look good for me. But there are still things I can do to help myself.
I mean, we can look at the vent again.
That's true. We could try and find that speckled band. And I
Yeah.
owe it to Cosmo to do everything I can to find out a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Apollo justice.
Wrong series.
Is that? I mean, it is the same series there.
Well, different spin-off.
Different timeline. Is that?
Yeah. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san?
Oh, no. It's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Like I can imagine him coughing, you know? Coughing up
Oh yes,
blood.
you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir.
Yes. What can I do for you? I recognize that face. But it can't be. We're in a cruise ship. We're in Shanghai. No, it isn't. It is.
I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga.
Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you. My heart stopped.
Nearly stopped, I hope.
I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Have you seen Hosonaga at the cutscene?
Hmm?
Did you see Hosonaga at the cutscene?
I did not notice.
You did not notice? He's actually has an average accent and an average voice. It's kind of like a teenage boy voice. Again?
You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector.
There's anything I can do to help you, please ask. They never expected to see this man on board, but perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. We shall take a break, because I need to go to the restroom. How about you, Tara? Going to refill your...
Restroom break probably would be good. And refilling beverage would probably also be good.
Also, what time is it? No, it's 1 p.m. How long can we continue? What's your timetable, Tara? I mean, you don't have any job tomorrow.
Nope, but I do have D&D tonight.
Yo, yeah. When's gonna be your D&D? You need to
It actually starts around the same time I normally start my regular stream, so about 9:30, 10 p.m.
Alright, so it's gonna be nighttime for you, I think.
Yep. But that's my morning.
That's your morning, sorry.
That's
alright.
like around noon for you.
That's true, that's true. Oh yeah, wait, I'm mistaking my my midnight for my streams and not your streams. Alright, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Be right back. I am teed out. I'm teed out.
You teed out?
Yeah. I'm not making more iced tea, I'm just having water.
I'm also teed out. I'm emptied out, if you say.
The rate of auto deduction. Where's Sherlock Holmes? I mean Sherlock. Wait, Sherlock Holmes.
You said it right the first time.
I was gonna say, did we have anything else of this one? 23, so it's 7 plus 5, 12 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
12 minutes difference. Alright, special orders? What do you mean? So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector?
Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I mean, that's why it's undercover.
Ha ha ha. It looks like a Sailor Moon.
Fighting evil by moonlight, winning love by daylight, never running from a real fight. She is the one named Sailor Moon.
I'm so sorry. Hmm? This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was the Minister of Justice, Jijoku, who pushed for this. Jigoku?
The Minister of Justice is hell.
Jigoku. Push for this overseas study tour to go ahead. Then he entrusted me with ensuring that the Sogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated.
They already knew he was
Assassinated?
going to be assassinated.
How could that even have been a possibility? And you're the reason my love is gone. Not sure, but these are complicated times. These are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible.
I don't believe it. Kasumo-sama was assassinated?
Obviously, we can give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the Sailor Moon.
One of those Sailor Scouts. I see.
Then I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. From morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector, if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. Bro, respect. Our mission to investigate. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not!
We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door.
Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin.
I'm sorry. What? You're being deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door. That stormy-looking seaman, there would surely snap your
Who are
neck
you
in
looking
two.
at?
I suppose I'm not just a stow right now. They think I'm a murderer as well. That man staring at me. Hey, bro. So,
I'm not your bro.
would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? If I have a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how.
There may be a way.
What? Really?
You're a real idiot, Ryunosuke.
You
Think
know,
of how you
shut up.
tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruto-san. By presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession.
I know this is tutorial, but come on.
Like, when will the tutorial actually end?
Evidence? There's no way it will end, Terra. We're not even in the court yet. This is just
It's
investigation.
just the same as when you were in court. You must have done it many times during your trial.
How long do you think this series is? Like the actual gameplay.
I would guess it would be at least 5 cases.
It is 5 cases.
Minimum.
How long do you think the cases are?
I mean, the first case was like 10 hours.
Do you want a brief overview of the Ace Attorney series? Just the gameplay. I don't want to spoil anything. It's just how the gameplay works. So, in the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney series, there's usually the tutorial, then investigation, then the case, then there will be 2 witnesses at the case before you can get to the criminal. Then next is investigation again to get the other witness. Then you will get the criminal. Then on chapter 3, it'll be investigation, the case, the witness. You need to find the other witness. Then afterwards, it's a recess. Then you need to investigate again. Then the case. Then the other witness. Then another witness. Then the killer.
So then
the
each
chapter
case
4,
will be about 10 hours long?
it'll be much more longer because you need to either investigate
least
3
minimum.
times, at minimum 2 times, 3 times. Then you need to find like more than a lot of witnesses to get the killer, and you need a specific evidence, so you need to investigate again.
So
to
then
get
the real thing
evidence.
that's holding us up is actually the voice acting.
Yeah.
So we'll double that. So we'll have another 80 hours of this.
You did. Maybe. Maybe, Tara, maybe. I mean, we still have the second series.
I mean, for this game specifically.
I mean, are you having fun?
Yes.
Especially if I'm here, the great Herlock shows.
We're totally having fun.
Goku, hello. Welcome to the stream.
Simply select the present panel.
The present.
Should I say it as present?
No,
I mean,
it's
both
fine.
works. Both work. Literally, you can
Present.
present the present.
What game is that? Oh, this is the Great Ace Attorney.
Chronicles. This is a game of trials, cases, twist, intense drama, and voice acting. And choose some
And
evidence.
choose some
Actually,
evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use.
actually, hang on. Did I put voice acting on my thing, or did I forget to add?
You have not. You just have
hang on.
VTuber anime and English.
Yeah, voice. I mean, it should have added it for the Great Ace Attorney, but okay, that's fine. Intense gameplay for more than how many hours, sir? 80 hours. Then
That
we
is
take
an
breaks.
estimation with all of our breaks and voice acting.
And not only that, we need to think. We need to think of the puzzle. How
I'm not letting you out of here.
it's possible. Shut up, Gord. You're not part of this story. So
You're calling me Gord?
Gord. Yes. You never even tell me your name yet. So evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes. I think I might know what we can use. So this is only the tutorial, Terra. So technically during our investigation we'll be presented to this person. Then we don't even have any kinds of hints to present him something. So for example, we receive a bunch of this and there's actually a hidden dialogue between the evidence that we have, and there's no tip or any signs that we need to present that to him.
Basically, it's trial and error.
Yes.
Present!
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 Take that! What's that? It's Kazuma's diary.
Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary.
Strange? In what way?
He wrote what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it?
You're very astute, Inspector.
That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right. So if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. My hand. My dark flame hand. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port.
Inside this cabin.
Inside this What? Did I say something different?
No. I was asking him. It's like, you have to say inside this very cabin.
There's been strict office guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you.
Really? You are willing to do that?
I laid down my life for it. Yes. As long as you don't leave the first class cabin area. I'm afraid I can remove those handcuffs though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. Then I promise you that I lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. And after all, I failed to keep Sogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you.
Yeah, we've been doing this for hours now, Marble.
Yeah, we've been doing this for hours. You missed the tutorial, Case.
Yeah, and we had a break in between because of technical difficulties.
Technical difficulties, Marble. You missed it!
Let's see some moment then, Naruto-san.
You missed a great Herlock chance.
Just select move, and we can leave this cabin at last. We had to be taught to move.
Move? What is that word? At least let me see what we can find out. Sorry, you were working on. That's okay, Marvel. You can watch the VODs later, I think. You can probably watch my VODs, right?
Yeah, VODs will be possible. The first part VOD will be available now, but then you'll miss the current stuff.
I
But
actually
you'll
have
be
to
able to catch
post
up.
that on YouTube, actually. Before I forgot. So, is there anything we left off here? Just making sure.
See if there is anything more.
Nothing.
Nothing new from the grade.
This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Yep. How about you, dear good man? I mean, I don't want to talk to you. But
I
should
mean, it's not a check mark, but we probably need more evidence before we can get him to talk, right?
You may be right. Let's move. Get out of this cabin. I'd like to see Herlock chums again. Although I don't think.
9th of January,
That I have
7:48 a.m. SS Furia, first class cabin passageway.
Phew, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. No worries, Marble.
Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on his study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in the first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in Steerage.
Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. It's another crewman keeping watch, and it looks enormous. Even he is sitting down.
The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't.
I suppose. Like people in handcuffs?
Naruto-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time.
I'm sorry, what?
I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already.
Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside a little wardrobe.
It must have been a very trying time for you.
Please, don't give me that pitying look. Dear good man, do you have anything to say? But first things first, I will examine. What's this? We can hardly see it. It's a mouse trap.
Ah, a trap for catching mice.
Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait.
Let me see. Yes, I think that's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows.
Cheese? Wonder what that tastes like. Huh. Cheese. Huh.
You can't eat it, Naruto-san. This trap will snap shut on your fingers.
Really? But... I suppose you're right.
You weren't actually going to try it, were you?
I mean, I haven't tasted cheese. It might be, you know, tasty. All I had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe.
Last night was the best meal you had.
Shut up.
For you. I'll find a little snack for you later.
Oh. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin.
Not our cabin. It's Kazuma-sama's.
Sorry?
Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin.
You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home.
I have cheese. Now you're making me want to have cheese.
No, no, please, no. I just have. Wait, actually, I might have one more sandwich in the fridge that has cheese on it.
Don't make a
Oops.
pig of yourself, rabbit.
I mean, my stomach is growling. It's been 5 hours or 6 hours since I've eaten. So I haven't eaten for 5 hours now. It's kind of like dinner or breakfast.
These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way.
Oh, is that your number, Susato? 500 and... How many cabins are there? At Kazuma's number 1? Jesus. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it?
It's a very phallic shape.
Would you please read that, Tara?
It says it's a very pleasing shape. But I was saying the pleasing shape is phallic. It's a ball with a shaft.
I mean, maybe Japanese don't know what it is. I mean, if I'm a Japanese person that doesn't even saw that before, I would ask, what the hell is that? Golden thing.
That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it.
Oh? An alarm? Like an alarm clock?
It says press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop.
Oh, this is a...
What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it!
But this is an emergency situation! Just look at his handcuffs!
You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation.
I wish everything would just stop. The ship included.
If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else.
What are you trying to say?
Don't be an idiot.
What do you mean, idiot? What's that word?
Baka.
Oh, dang. This looks like a plan of the SS Buria. It shows each deck. Look.
The Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering.
Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but... How is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink it to the bottom of the ocean?
Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san.
It is?
Well, consider the Japanese archipelago.
The islands of Japan?
Yes, They're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them.
Well, I suppose so.
Does that mean there's water under the Japanese islands completely?
I think they're not made of earth. I think they're made up of something else, like their waste before. Then it just transformed into an island.
I mean, there is at least one Japanese island like that, but not the entirety of Japan.
Also, I think they actually made a man-made island, right?
Yeah, they do have a man-made island,
I forgot
but
what the name
that
is.
was after the time period of this game.
I just don't know what they are talking about the floating islands. Oh, the pen next to it. What did they
Yes,
say?
that looks like the ship.
That's a huge book on top of the table there, and there's a pen next to it.
Yes, that looks like the ship's log.
Shall we have a little look through it?
The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded.
You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. Thought I might appreciate the compliment.
I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank.
Presumably that means there was nothing to report.
But there was a whistling noise. What's the door? That's the way to the second class area of the ship. Is something wrong?
I was thinking about making a run for it just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I mean, I've been you know, I've been to a trial last 2 weeks, and now I'm in handcuffs again.
I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead.
I mean, he doesn't need a gun to kill me.
Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there.
No, I started it with my talk of running away. There's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. Alright, burly man. It's your turn.
You said you wanted to voice him.
Excuse me, but could I ask you something?
You little stowaway murderer.
That wasn't a good start,
Wasn't
was
a
it?
good start. Oh.
Was it?
All right, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You little third-class lady maid.
Oh.
Oh, dang. We seem to have caught the sailor in a bad day, Susato-san.
I'm not sailor. My mother gave me name. My mother gave me name. Nah. I am Senior Crewman, Beef Stroganoff.
You? Best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganov? About this first-class cabin area.
Here we are in finest part of your steamship for very important person.
What sort of very important persons?
Government officials, king and queens, traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place.
Gosh, that's amazing.
But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stormdorf is not animal.
Thank you.
If I may, I was wondering. Is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied?
Ah,
Sasato-san, did you understand that?
It sounds like da.
Like daddy?
Oh, Daddy!
Oh, daddy. Son?
You didn't go son?
I was gonna...
I think it's probably Russian for yes or no.
9. That'll be 9.
That's German. Yet is
Yet.
Russian for no.
Yet.
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 9 is German.
What's yes for German? 10.
I think it's also da. It could also be da. I don't actually know.
I'm
Danke
very
is
curious.
thank you in German.
I'm very curious
Danke.
now.
Dankeschön.
Donkey?
That's thank you.
German.
So if you want to thank somebody in Germany, give them a donkey.
Donkey.
Oh, it's ja.
Danke.
Oh, it's ja.
Yeah.
Ja.
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 Ja, it's queen.
9. Yeah.
10. It is...
It is not. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation.
Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least.
Yes, it's tantalizing.
Ooh, missing.
Passenger in the next door cabin.
Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's?
His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is very important Western gentleman.
A Western gentleman?
Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the. He had nothing to do with the murder. The murder of student boy.
I just want to
Now
say
you're going to Austrian like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I just wanted to do it. How can you be so sure about that?
Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Island.
Could this man possibly has a beard? You know, like this kind of beard and some shades maybe.
Can you present that to him?
Maybe. That was harsh.
Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard?
That is not your business.
Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there.
Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right?
That is none your business. Yet.
Are you on the watch here all the time, Seaman? Heh. Strong dove?
Nah, all time. To criminals like you cannot come in or get out.
I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all?
It is sad about student boy.
Were you on watch last night as well?
Of course.
And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual?
Yet.
Yet.
Interesting. Terra. Doesn't hurt. It doesn't seem like he heard the whistling sound.
Whistling.
Sato-san, do you understand that? It was
clearly a no.
No. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all.
And you didn't hear any strange noises? Or sense anything was wrong in some way?
I said no.
Sorry! I'm not so sure, but I think his scarf looks like a fish. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for the moment there.
This is enough. I cannot say more now.
Oh.
It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin.
Yes, alright.
Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of mountain. Or as English say, when the pigs fly.
Yes, I understand.
Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we?
Definitely. Then we can go to this door because he's gone. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to.
Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that saw a speckled band emerge.
Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask.
No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries.
How annoying. What was that? It came from inside the cabin.
Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman.
Oh. Stand aside. Oh,
It is I. Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down.
Mr. Sholmes!
I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off the hinges.
Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted.
It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What pray can I kick?
I think we should go in. It's no time to think about stress relief. Man, I love that man.
9th of January, SS Furia, first class cabin number 2.
We're gonna end the stream in 20 minutes. This is you, Terra.
You want me to play the Russian guy?
Who are you?
Okay. Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream.
A woman? Don't be a sucker. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin.
True. This old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed?
Get out, all of you, now.
That actually frightened me. Marvel said.
No!
Please, excuse the interaction, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe.
Yes, that's me. And you are?
I am the one and only, the actual Sherlock Holmes. You heard of me, no doubt.
No.
I'm the great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the cover of most popular magazines, no less. If I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man used that magazine like a business card.
I do not trust detective.
We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within the walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold to ask you to open that small traveling case?
What? Don't you? How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that?
Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one trunk. Don't look at me.
Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruto? Or Naruto-san?
Yes, that case just shook.
Leave, now! Otherwise I call Stewart.
So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. A strange Russian man is hiding something.
I couldn't agree more.
Wait, did you just read my mind?
Yes. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns.
Act time and let's go! What?
He's just chilling.
Alright, well, oh, we can check. No?
What do you?
What do you think you're doing? This is my cabin. Get out.
Could we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps?
No.
Ah, what a pity. I think we're out of luck.
I think you're right.
There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do.
Not like the specific person over there. I agree. There may be someone else who can help. Perhaps the great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott.
It is I.
Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes?
You need only address me as
Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there?
Why?
I was resting, of course.
Resting?
Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whale.
whistle whilst waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. My favorite part is about to come up,
Oh!
and it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Here it comes! Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely.
We don't need his powers of detection.
Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? A gun? Why? The truth, of course. But it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when a secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it?
Oh, yes! Please!
No, my favorite part. Let's go!
Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to this case. To the case.
Here it is there. Are you prepared?
Would this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you?
What?
From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of this Russianness? Oh, Russian on account of his dubiousness.
I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone.
That's right, and Mr. Shone. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment.
Shh! I must complete silence. I must have complete silence.
What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that?
Just as I thought. Yes, I've quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions.
What
What do you mean?
Number
what
one.
do you mean?
Number one. Your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you have had to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not?
Huh?
And number two, now the conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not?
Hug.
Oh, Naruto-san! I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Shone's great deductions with my own eyes.
That was a great deduction?
Nothing can deceive Mr. Shones. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person.
What? What an infallible twaddle.
One ineffable twaddle.
Ineffable fuck twaddle.
Oh yes, I've read all about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. Weren't you there when he was seducing about Naruhodo.
Naruhodo.
This is like a dream come true.
I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylad's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Schultz's conclusions were right.
I'm remembering that trailer you showed me. I'm
I love it.
thinking using the voice changer was the wrong idea.
I know.
How? How could you?
I was expecting you to just gruffen up your voice this time.
How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusion. So do I kindly invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. But plainly, let us work through my deduction together. The great deduction! The game is afoot.
No, I'm so excited.
So, the dubious-looking Russian Mr. Royler. Obviously, what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copy's beard, you spot. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. You have clear evidence to shed light on this matter.
You're suddenly French.
Dear God, I am not French. You will, this morning newspaper. In particular, this fascinating front page article. Which is, would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylaw. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary.
There was an exclamation mark. They reacted to that.
In translation, the headlines reads, Revolution Villain, Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before giving you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Revolutionary on the run. Topic 2. Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing the most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime over there. Now, yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Propensity.
Ah!
Then I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare.
No, I refuse.
What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps.
Hey, listen.
One slight enough to fit therein.
Don't be absurd.
And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in this traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to the life of crime, are we? Your Kelsley Coupe Doyle betrays you. Once again, you need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there's another most stimulating article.
Hey, listen!
If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back of the page, renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappeared from Shanghai. Hey, Brando! Such a headline can lead us but one conclusion. Your crime is that abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova.
Class sucks. Oh. Can feel that. Kidnapping of a young ballerina. Wasn't that cool, Terra?
Thus conclude Sherlock Holmes' great deduction. This Russian enigma. Elemensky. Mate Naruhodo-san.
Sato-san? That wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it?
Well, the stories are full of Mr. Shone's brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow.
Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes. Could you come over here for a moment?
Pray, what can I do for you?
It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's a newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier. And at that time, I believe I've told you that the man is a revolutionary. He'll be able to revolutionize his own appearance.
In fairness, Mr. Shone, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do.
That's not the point. Ah, and another thing. The part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed. Oh wait, was that Rinosuke? Oh, that's Rinosuke. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you push really hard.
I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she?
You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? It's in Russian.
Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out of the case.
Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote certain bitterness in their body. Vinegar? For such as our bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself. Good to contort oneself into the confines of that small case.
Did you spend too much time watching me last night, Rando? Oh
Maybe.
dear, you might be thinking of contortionist in the circus, Mr. Show.
This whole thing is turning into a circus.
Naruhodo-san, something's occurred to me about Mr. Shome's deductions just now. I think his powers of observations are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. That's insanity. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off.
Your idea of little maybe like missing all of it. Little off itself, Mr. Sato. Like,
It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if you might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think?
switch some keywords in its deduction.
Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Shone's great deduction.
Precisely. The thought that was going through my own mind.
This man is a lot of work.
At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me.
Oh God.
It's not that funny.
And you, my good fellow?
Sorry?
Take a moment to look at your wrist.
My wrist?
What? Huh? Where are your handcuffs?
How did... I felt that may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction.
I don't believe it. How did you do that?
Mr. Sholmes, you're a marvel!
Or a criminal. Just release me out of my handcuffs.
And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrist when we are finished.
I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this.
So, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Aha! You ready, Terra?
Let's go.
Course correction.
Hold it, Mr. Sholmes.
So, the dubious-looking Russian Mr. Roylott obviously what catches the eye in the first place. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand? Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is starting us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copy's beard you spot.
Beard. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard?
I mean, it's pretty long, of course. I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though.
It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either.
Which means, I suppose, that the deduction was wrong.
Let's try to switch a key word here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters.
Alright, but how?
I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott.
I wonder if it's really his beard that he intends to use those shears on.
Exactly. We do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Shome's deduction better.
Then what?
Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san.
Why am I the one to do something about this?
Because you're in control of the game.
God dang it. Well, anyway, I mean, we have Sherlock Holmes here. Well, anyway,
He
let's
doesn't
see if
control the
there's-
game.
But he's a detective. Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? Whee!
Golden locks.
Goldilocks. Is it why? Oh, that's history.
Yes!
You were on the verge of using those shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intended to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one is still very much in her youth.
Oh no. If only I'd managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected.
The question then begs is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. You have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you?
I figured it out after putting it together after watching the trailer. It's like, wait.
Now you know. What are you staring at me like that?
Yes, it was a surprise, Naruto-san.
I mean, I discovered this because I heard the lady, and there was no lady inside this apartment, and there's no way a lady could fit in that briefcase, so it's only him.
You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Well, come on.
You get the voice act
Sorry.
Sholmes.
I get to voice act Sholmes, and I get to sprint around like a crazy maniac and look cool.
You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing facts with Mr. Sholmes.
That's correct. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything, Baka. This is strictly fitness, strictly.
Yes, I understand. Say no more.
Well, anyway, let's walk into this next part of Mr. Sholmes' seduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now.
No, that's true. Given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman.
Exactly. He, or rather, she, can possibly be this merciless revolutionary.
I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole was taken in a different direction now.
Yes.
Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them.
For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently.
It's read or heard.
Did I say read? I did say read.
You said read or heard. Read or heard.
No. Read.
Tense. Tense.
Sorry, teacher. Alright, I'll do my best.
I'm not Ribombi. I know we're both very...
Yes!
Watch me dance. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. You hit the nail in the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappeared from Shanghai.
It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet Prima Ballerina. Miss Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon.
Nickelodeon.
Nicolina
You're gonna get
Pavlova.
slimed.
Yeah.
You're
It's
right.
kind of like a, she's kind of like a shy girl, like a really shy, Russian girl.
You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone.
The ballerina on the run. Solved. Topic 2, wrongdoing.
Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a very grievous crime. And the proof of this crime over there? Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. Proof of your crime sits for our very eyes. Yes, a traveling case.
This woman's the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly, she can't be inside the traveling case as well.
No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all.
In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again.
You seem to look pleased, Naruto-san.
What? No, I'm not, Baka.
Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around Mr. Shom?
Stop it! Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman's up to. Ooh, what is that? Ooh, what is that? Ooh.
There's a tiara.
I mean, we can examine it. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara.
I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruto-san, try it on.
What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Would you like to try it on?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful.
But why am I going to wear it then? Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently.
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara.
I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. Summary. The crime you committed is theft.
Oh no.
Yes, you left your belay troop unlawfully, taking their precious tiara with you. This assault, I can't take it.
I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me.
This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely.
Alright, I will tell you everything. There's no point in hiding it now.
Come, let us not be hasty.
What?
There's remain one unsolved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you mean?
You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonably to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish to remain it closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me! We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? We kill the cup duel betrays you. Once again, you need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the book on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now.
I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you?
Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all of this? It's just a wild guess, surely.
Oh, you think so?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her.
Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself.
Yeah, she is Russian. And there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn.
I agree. That's the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. What do you think is the answer?
Pets. Fine.
Smart. Smart.
Yes!
Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
Inside the case of yours is something forbidden from carriage in this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents.
I mean, the blonde is kind of a waifu.
I mean, the blonde is 15 years old. And
It's anime.
Mikitoba is 16.
You just have to wait for them to graduate. Then it's okay. They're legal as long as they get out of school.
Maybe the next series might be there might be age 18 now. I'm not sure though. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapons or other dangerous items would move of its own accord.
I mean, a snake would.
Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. It's the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. A pet. There's no way I can do both poses at once.
Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunately, I can't do both Hillock Sholmes and Naruhodo.
Elementary.
Yo, this is the best part in this game. The deduction part. So clearly you aren't who you said you were.
No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct.
I'm just looking for a place that we can pause so we can end this stream.
Indeed.
You absconded during one of your ballet company's performance in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Borea is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed?
That's why the record is empty.
That is
She was
true.
helped by a crewman to get on the ship, and because of that, they weren't reporting on anything.
Ha ha ha! You almost got it. You almost got the entire story, Terra. There's one more thing. In order to obscure your true identity, you somehow recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. You intended to serve all links with your past. Sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet, to a woman, it's no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell. Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. Well, like a full set of pipes, if you ask me.
I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how you say, disgust myself so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into a questionable old man? I see.
Questionable.
I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and...
At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoying unlocked cabin door.
Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? I mean, it happens in anime quite a bit.
Yeah,
And
especially in the
leads
bathroom,
to
right?
very, very awkward situations. Remember, do not open closed doors unless you fully accept what you actually end up seeing.
Yeah, but please knock on the door, everybody.
I mean, we did not first, but
We did knock and we did hear the scream, so maybe that she's gonna be, possibly murdered because there's a murderer on the loose. So maybe that's the right thing to do. Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Those two even talking about the same thing? Definitely not. No. In this man's
there's
case,
just one more thing I'd like to know.
never.
What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You're right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say it to any of the crew.
Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can, Buster, about the events of last night.
Yes, all right. I will tell you.
Then that's it. Right? Oh, okay.
Well, Mr. Naruto-san? Mr. Wasn't it something Mr. Shroome's great deduction?
You mean my great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Babloba has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible.
Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing.
Oh?
One more thing!
What?
Observe your wrist. My...
He took your chains off your wrist just so you could
dance with
the
it.
Sentai JoJo pose with him.
Bro. I mean, this is the best part. The pose, the poses, the spotlight, all of it.
What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When and why?
There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruto-san.
It's just a shadow.
I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment.
Can it? Really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was.
And that's it. It's time for us to save the game. I don't know what to press. Is it X? Oh, it was obviously. Saved. Alright, that's where we're gonna end this today. Whew.
We'll be back sometime next week.
I
whatever
would
works
say
out.
that this is mostly almost half of chapter 2. Almost
Possibly
half.
might be able to do it again on Saturday.
What day is it today?
Possible. Today is Wednesday.
It's just 4
Or wait, no,
days.
wait. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday, not Wednesday. Tomorrow is Wednesday.
Alright, everybody.
Actually, for you, it's Wednesday.
For me, it is Wednesday.
Right now, it's Wednesday for you.
So
Because it's after midnight.
so it's probably Saturday for me. And
Yeah, it would be
today's Saturday
Saturday
for you.
evening for you.
Like Friday for you?
No. It would be Saturday morning
For
for
you?
me.
Oh.
Like our collab for Fridays is going to be 9:30 p.m. for you. I get off work at 9 p.m. your time.
Mm.
So we would be able to get in together and uh, stream after 9 p.m. your time.
All right.
Possibly.
Possibly. Still not sure. So that's gonna be it today. Let me see who I can raid this late evening. I have
Feel
no
just
idea who I can
here.
raid today. Let's raid someone playing Ace Attorney.
But we might get spoilers.
Oh yeah, that's true. Someone playing Final
A
Fantasy,
different Ace Attorney game?
like Phoenix, right?
Yeah, we could look for a Phoenix Wright game.
Ace Attorney. There is someone playing some Ace Attorneys. There's a African American. There's a non-binary, LGBT, and chatty. There's also one in English and Philippines, chatty, but I can't see the screen. There's
Any
English.
VTubers?
No, not
No
a single
VTubers?
one. No VTubers.
Sad.
How about Ace Attorney? It's only Ace Attorney Chronicles. That's right. Justice for All with 5 viewers. Nah, no VTubers, Terra.
Sad.
Let's see someone who's playing Final Fantasy. That's a VTuber. Alright, oh, how about this girl? Or man? Raven Melody.
I for one want to hear more.
It sounds like a cool
If there's
name.
gonna be a lot of shit in it, like breeding like minions to make different minions, which that would be cool.
She sounded like a girl to me. Let's go raid her. She has the same class as you, I think.
Is she also a dancer?
She's has ears and very tiny.
Oh, you mean same race?
Same race.
Lalafell.
All right, let me just start the raid. Hang on, everybody. Raven Melody. I do like the name. All right, everybody. Something went wrong. Try running that quick action again later. I'm sorry, what? Raven Melody. I can't raid. Raid. Raven.
It's possible that they have raids turned off. That
Oh, there
is
was a
the
problem
possibility.
starting
You
the
can
raid.
turn
Please
off
try
raid.
again in a minute. Oh. Then we can't raid her then.
That's a possibility, yeah.
Okay, let's try a different one.
Or you might have closed out of it and you can't reactivate another raid right afterwards.
No, I just pressed enter, but it doesn't register. Oh, how about this one? VTuber is playing Genshin Impact.
Ooh, rock throw is actually OP.
Okay, never mind.
Tired.
She has a very big personality.
Past my bedtime.
It is past her bedtime. I'm sorry, Terra. I'm sorry. I'll finish this. You know, how about we just end the stream?
I mean,
Much
that's
more
fine by
easier.
me.
Much
We
more
don't have
easier.
to do any socializing afterwards. It's really late for both of us.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you the next time. Good night, Marble. Thank you for visiting
Have a good
us.
night today.
I'll make sure that I post part of the Ace Attorney with Terra on my YouTube channel.
Have a good night
Goodbye.
today.